Oh na 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 na, oh na 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 na, oh na 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 na, oh na 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 na, oh na 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 na, oh na 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 na. You've got to soar on your own, soar on your own, soar on your own. No, you've got to seek out the sky, yeah, seek out the sky, oh, seek out the sky. Well then you've got to see for yourself now, see for yourself now, wow, wow, wow. See for yourself if you want to learn how to. I said learn. Wings don't get strong, no, 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 until they're tested. And you still don't know, you don't know what your best is. Bye, bye, bye. You can't touch your dreams now if you don't take flight. Can you hear me now? Sometimes in this la 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 life you've got to fight, 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 fight for what's right. Come on and soar on your own, soar on your own, soar on your own. No, you've got to seek out the sky, yeah. Seek out the sky, oh, 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 yeah. Seek out the sky. Well then you've got to see for yourself now, see for yourself now, oh, oh, oh. See for yourself if you want to, if you want to, if you want to.
Deleting COP, deleting PPP, deleting UNC, deleting NTA, deleting. What is that? PNM alone, PNM alone when we voting, PNM alone when we voting, all other party we deleting, PNM alone, PNM alone when we voting, PNM alone when we voting, all other party we deleting. By any means, they want to defeat PNM, but they realize that is big problem. So they conjure up with all kind of party. But in this matter, they clear the way, but they too wicked, so they have to pay. PNM alone, PNM alone when we voting, PNM alone when we voting, all other party we deleting. PNM alone, PNM alone when we voting, PNM alone when we voting, all other party we deleting. They say the young people would vote for them, but they realize this is more problem. So they run over to social media with their propaganda, but election day they going to suffer. PNM alone, PNM alone when we voting, PNM alone when we voting, all other party we deleting. PNM alone, PNM alone when we voting, PNM alone when we voting, all other party we deleting. We young and strong, we afraid of soul and tongue. Election time, and you know we never wrong. We are PNM, and you know we coming strong. So if you're smart, play the way, but I know you're bad, so make your play. PNM alone, PNM alone when we voting, PNM alone when we voting, all other party we deleting. PNM alone, PNM alone when we voting, PNM alone when we voting, all other party we deleting. PNM alone, PNM alone when we voting, PNM alone when we voting, all other party we deleting. PNM alone, PNM alone when we voting, PNM alone when we voting, all other party we deleting. PDP, deleting PEP.
Now is the time to rebuild. Make up your mind to climb the hill. It's reconstruction time in Trinidad, so put your shoulder to the wheel, then lad, move on, don't stop till you reach the top. You put a hand and I put a hand and we will see. For big and for small in no time at all, prosperity. There's no other way to do it. Show your patriotic spirit, unity. Somehow, if Trinidad ever needed you, happiness we had before was lost with everybody fighting war. Let's hope that done. So move on, upward, come on. You put a hand and I put a hand and we will see. In no time at all for big and for small prosperity. There's no other way to do it. Show your patriotic spirit, unity. Somehow, if Trinidad ever needed you, political policy and political ties, and rebuild your country before the good name dies. If everyone will learn to play their part, that is enough to make a useful start. Soon we'll have had a better Trinidad. You put a hand and I put a hand and we will see. In no time at all for big and for small prosperity. There's no other way to do it. Show your patriotic spirit, unity. Somehow, if Trinidad ever needed you, this now.
This election was like war among them party. When I was more than sure they win already. Hudson Phillips said, tell them that the loss of PNM, but when the rest complete, is he who end up without a seat.
Not a damn seat for them.
Mama, that what Chambers said.
Not a damn seat for them.
Not a single seat on election day.
Not a damn seat for them.
How they lose, they can't understand.
Not a damn seat for them.
They call in Chambers a Obia man. Them ONR jump and whine, making a big show. As they had the crowd behind, everywhere they go. So they thought that crowd was bored. They say they're gonna cut the throat. Sparrow start to ball, when he hear not a seat at all.
Not a damn seat for them.
Sparrow, that's ingratitude.
Not a damn seat for them.
You buy the finger that give you food.
Not a damn seat for them.
Look how you hug up Dr. Willie.
Not a damn seat for them.
People prayed you in this country.
This is the voice of the PNM.
This is the big one. We ready. Calling out all PNM posse. PNM supporters assemble.
Yes, PNM.
We going Eddie Saturday. Saturday, 26th April. This Saturday, 3 p.m. for the big red rally. Come support your PNM candidates. And now is the time we talking the things. They can't get away. Here the Honorable Prime Minister Stuart Young SC and the political leader Dr. Keith Christopher Rowley and a powerful lineup of speakers. The big ones, lots of entertainment, the top soca stars and more. All PNM supporters, rock and come in. Etihad Grounds, 26th April, this Saturday, 3 p.m. Because we ready, we responsible. We launching off to the new chapter.
Red is the PNM and we shall prevail.
Red is the word. All 41 constituencies in the house. Everybody, we out there.
A new chapter for TNT. We're red, ready, and responsible. Vote.
To vote is simple. The Elections and Boundaries Commission advises that before Election Day, you should receive your poll card in the mail. Open it to find the address of your polling station. Keep the poll card safe and take it with you on Election Day. If you did not receive your poll card in the mail, you can still vote. A poll card will be prepared for you at your polling station. You can also visit the EBC's website at www.ebctt.com or call the hotline at 785-8206 or 785-8211 to find your polling station. On Election Day, you should check the list posted outside your polling station for your name and number. Where there are several polling stations on the same compound, an information officer will direct you to your polling station. Polling agents who act on behalf of candidates are there to witness the process. If your name is on the list of electors and you have a valid ID card, you join the green line. All other persons, including physically incapacitated, blind or visually impaired persons, should join the red line. You are required to sign your poll card in front of the poll clerk. The deputy presiding officer examines your hands and fingers. If there is no evidence of electoral ink stains, you're issued a ballot paper. The deputy presiding officer also demonstrates how to mark and fold a ballot paper using the guidance ballot and how to vote with the X stamp. The ballot paper is folded to display the initials of the deputy presiding officer and the polling station number. A blind, visually impaired or physically incapacitated person is allowed to vote with the assistance of a companion. In the privacy of the voting booth, you vote by placing an X at the right of your candidate's symbol. If you make a mark other than an X, your ballot will be rejected and not counted. Fold your ballot paper as you were previously shown by the deputy presiding officer and proceed to the officer in charge of the ballot box. Display your folded ballot paper with the initials of the deputy presiding officer and polling station number. You will then be required to dip your finger in the electoral ink before you are allowed to place your ballot paper in the ballot box. If you refuse to dip your finger in the electoral ink, you will not be allowed to vote. When you've finished with this process, wipe off the excess ink. Any problem you encounter in the polling station should be brought to the attention of the presiding officer. To vote is your right. Exercise it. A message from the Elections and Boundaries Commission, your partners in democracy.
Join in this journey, and no chapter
journey and new chapter with me. Whoa, I can do the work, let me do the work. I want to build. Come let me work towards a better day. Progress is just a choice away. Let me build this country. I'm ready. Hey, you can do your part, I'll do mine too. We gonna do this thing, just me and you. Let me build this country. I'm ready. Hey, you. I'm ready. Hey. I'm ready. Hey. I come to work for my country. Work for my country. Work for my country. Work for my country. I'm ready. Hey. I'm ready. Hey.
Yes, good evening, Trinidad and Tobago. And as we slowly approach the meeting site, I'm walking to the meeting site. We are getting ready for the meeting. And so we will go back to master control and give me about 10 minutes, if so much. 10 minutes. And then we will be back. And you can see the scenery. So right now, I have to walk to the, I'm walking to get there. And yeah, because certain roads are blocked off and you know the traffic just go. So people, we on the ground tonight and we're going to see if we get the best view in the house so we can bring it to you live and living color. And remember, tomorrow is the opening. Tomorrow is the opening of the Sandy Grande new road. So, like some people like the Vex, we gotta see in they see in the PNM jersey. What's in them? It's one in there. You understand? Yeah. We're just burning them. So they don't know what to do. But that is how we're gonna have it. And we are red and ready. Now, last night, let me go back to the last night meeting, and we would have heard from the finance minister a number of things in terms of what is happening in the whole scheme of the financial in which the UNC is promising. And I could tell you up front, we got an interesting article that was written by an economist outside. He's a Trinidadian, but he's living outside. And he and all is questioning Kamala Prasad Bissessa's whole financial and economic plan for Trinidad and Tobago. Now, so we're going to do that on Sunday, because as we said, Eric and myself, along with other persons, we're going to see if we get Jenny on board. Probably have I'm not too sure whether or not if Miss Sharon and them will be, Sharon Felix will be on in the morning, Sunday morning, to get that pumping drive. I'm not too sure if Google and them will be there. But we, the Dauntless Defenders of Good Governance, will be on the ground to bring you live action. And we're going to have a discussion as well as a marathon session. And we'll be calling I'm going to be calling an economist who is living all the way in England. Yeah? Because, you know, they say how some people only going in favor of the UNC. So we want to bring you someone who is neutral and will be bringing you true results on and dissecting Kamala Prasad Bissasa's so-called economic plan. Now, we had some rain early on today. Let me and these damn cars on him, eh? So you know they want to splash up water all over the place. So give me 10 minutes and so I'm starting the journey. 10 minutes and we will be on the official site where the meeting is started to start. And we're going to try to give you the prayers and everything starting in a little while. So let me hand you over. No, in fact, I want to play this guy's song. Let me see if I get it here before. Director, where's that song? Boy.
Bless good morning to all. What code are they talking about? What?
No. I'm looking for the
PDP, deleting PEP, deleting COP, deleting PPP, deleting UNC, deleting NTA, deleting. What is that? PNM alone. PNM alone when we voting. PNM alone when we voting. All other party we deleting. PNM alone. PNM alone when we voting. PNM alone when we voting. All other party we deleting. By any means, they want to defeat PNM, but they realize that is big problem. So they conjure up with all kind of party. But in this matter, they clear the way. But they too wicked, so they have to pay. PNM alone. PNM alone when we voting. PNM alone when we voting. All other party we deleting. PNM alone. PNM alone when we voting. PNM alone when we voting. All other party we deleting. They say the young people would vote for them, but they realize this is more problem. So they run over to social media with their propaganda, but election day they're going to suffer. PNM alone. PNM alone when we voting. PNM alone when we voting. All other party we deleting. PNM alone. PNM alone when we voting. PNM alone when we voting. All other party we deleting. We young and strong, we afraid of soul and tongue. Election time, and you know we never wrong. We are PNM, and you know we coming strong. So if you smart, play the way, but I know you're bad, so make you play. PNM alone. PNM alone when we voting. PNM alone when we voting. All other party we deleting. PNM alone.
Right thing. All right. Right thing. Here you go.
Crime continues to be one of the most pressing concerns in our country. Let's be real, we have all felt it, whether it's something that has touched us directly or just that everyday fear. It is there, and it's heavy. There is no silver bullet solution to the malaise which has set in to our country's psyche. Crime isn't about murders. You have acts like extortion, corruption, bribery, blackmail. People think I've only just begun to listen to the cries on crime. The reality is I was a national security minister. I've sat on the National Security Council for my entire career as a politician. I know, I am aware, but also you all tell me, which I appreciate, that crime requires bold solutions, experience, bravery, because the reality is it will affect the status quo, and I am not afraid of that. Whereas I wasn't the sole person in charge of making those decisions, as your future Prime Minister, I have absolutely no hesitation, none, in acting fearlessly, innovatively to protect you, our citizens. I intend to be your bulletproof vest, not just from crime, but I will fight against all threats that our country faces. I've been listening. I've been walking through communities in Trinidad and Tobago, sitting with families, sometimes hearing the pain and the hope in your voices. And I have taken that into account. And I can tell you now, we have a plan. Not just to respond to crime, but to put in place measures that could help to prevent it. Not just to punish people for crime, but to rehabilitate. Not just to secure streets, but to rebuild trust. First, we're going to build on what we've already started. Coming out of the state of emergency, our law enforcement agencies are going to ensure that the momentum continues. That relationship between our police service and our defense force is key and critical. We're going to enhance the joint patrols. We're going to align the training and community-focused operations. We have invested, and we're going to continue to heavily invest in technology, from body cams and dash cams to mobile data systems, to AI tools that would help in crime prediction, to tools that would better our surveillance at our police stations. We're working to give law enforcement what they need, because we're going to demand faster, smarter, and more transparent fighting against crime. And yes, we are addressing the real issues of trust in our police. We are looking at implementing psychological evaluations, integrity tests, performance audits for officers. If you represent the public, then the public must be able to trust you. That has to be non-negotiable. At the same time, we'll hold officers who abuse their power accountable with penalties for corruption, misuse of force, cover-ups. But citizens, we also need to protect our frontline officers by increasing penalties for those who target and seek to abuse them. Crime has evolved, is always evolving, and so must we. That is why we're expanding our cybercrime units to tackle financial fraud, identity theft, and online scams. Regionally, we're going to work closer with CARICOM, Interpol, and the regional security system to strengthen and secure our borders, to combat transnational crime with real-time intelligence sharing, break down the silos. Let's be clear, no strategy is going to be complete without focusing on both prevention and rehabilitation. We're going to work to make our schools safer, setting up protective safe zones around them, creating stronger partnerships between the schools and law enforcement, including our community policing. We're going to scale up our programs that focus on mentorship and skills training for our at-risk youth. strengthen early intervention into vulnerable communities. Our neighborhood watch and civilian prevention programs will be empowered because we recognize that security is everyone's responsibility. Every citizen should feel part of the solution. For the victims of crime, especially violent or gender-based crime, let's ensure safer reporting channels, better support services, community-based healing programs for those who've made mistakes, who want to come back, want to rebuild their lives. I believe in second chances. We're going to invest in rehabilitation, training, job placement, counseling, to try and break this cycle of crime once and for all. It is a lot. I know it's a lot. But that's because this is a big problem. We need a big, bold human response. But we need to do that together. It's not just about policies, but also people-centered solutions. I believe that together, step by step, hand in hand, we can and we must walk into a new chapter where we create a Trinidad and Tobago where safety is a focus and a priority, not just a right. Where justice is fair, where no one gets left behind. Not the child tempted by gangs, nor the victim looking for peace. Not the officers risking their lives daily to protect our lives. We can build that future. We can only build that future if we all work on it together.
And I, as MP for San Fernando.
All right, so good evening, people. We have Miss Marissa Alvarado.
Yes.
So, good evening to the candidate, Miss Marissa Alvarado. Correct?
Yes.
Right. So, tell me, who is Miss Marissa Alvarado?
Wow, good question. I'm a daughter of the soil. I'm somebody involved in education, cultural studies. I'm somebody who is all about serving others, especially the youths, looking at youth engagement, youth development. I'm someone really connected to my community.
Someone the noise. So tell me, how has it been on the campaign trail since in given the nod to go up the election?
Good, meeting the constituents on cavalry.
Opportunity and released in the topic because today.
Yeah, right.
Yes, it has been really interesting meeting the constituents, hearing their concerns, meeting persons, hearing their voices, just, getting the experience out there that the PNM continues to serve, the PNM continues to hear your concerns. So it has been a really good, smooth time thus far since nomination.
But you have been, you was, well, when we were talking before, you would have said that you was in aviation.
Yes, I was in the aviation industry for 12 years as a cabin attendant, yes.
Okay.
But I've always had my hands into education. I have my own tutoring foundation.
What's the name of the tutoring?
I made tutors. 6 years now I've been tutoring SE as well as CSEC and CAPE students, preparing them for exams.
Okay. So what made you want to go into teaching? Because of the passion for it while you're doing the...
Since I was small, I always had this passion, to educate, to instruct, to help others. And I've always been that person to assist with exams, to assist with writing an essay, to assist with doing something. So it has always been my passion.
So, what are your students telling you, being that they enter the politics of Trinidad and Tobago?
A lot of things, but they're just overall excited, and it's good to have the youth engagement, to have the youth knowing, about the agendas and different policies that are geared towards their development. It's always good to have youth concerned and want to find out more about politics, because politics, as we all know, is something, that impacts each and every one of our lives. So it's quite exciting for them.
Now, growing up in a predominantly what we call UNC stronghold, and well, now that have turmoil in the constituency with Anita Haynes and the new candidate and the party. What are your family saying about you entering into this little hot seat at this point in time?
I mean, it's just overall excitement. My family really, they know my focus, they know my drive, they know my passion. So it's nothing surprising to them, but they are wishing me all the best. They're standing with me. I have a strong campaign team, a strong support team, and I'm very, very thankful for them each and every day. Very, very thankful.
Well, I saw you on the campaign launch, and because we Bounce Up Central Media Network actually got the feed and we broadcasted. And everybody we had a good bit of people actually watching watching it, and people was like, "Wow, we didn't know that she looks quiet, but she's deadly with the mouth, boy."
Just bringing the issues to the fore and allowing the citizens to know who I am, to know my plans, to know the policies that I have geared towards them, towards the constituents of Tabaquite, in terms of agribusiness, in terms of youth engagement, in terms of agriculture, focus on agriculture. So it was just a speech to allow the constituents to hear who I am and to hear what I offer, and for them to know that the only choice for general election 2025 is the People's National Movement.
Well, you say from the Heliconia Foundation?
Yes. I joined the Heliconia Foundation in 2017.
In 2017, yes. So you're moving up the ranks, basically.
Yes, it's a passion and it's a privilege to be part of the People's National Movement and to be the nominated candidate. And I think the work that we have put in, the work that we continue to put in shows. And I think, stay tuned. We have so much in store for Tabaquite. We have so much plans we have rolling out. And the campaign trail is going to really kick up a gear in the coming weeks, and I just want everyone to know that, I'm really supporting the idea that, Tabaquite can be the agricultural food basket of the country and the Caribbean.
Oh, so okay, so you know about the agricultural part of
Definitely. My grandmother was a cane farmer.
Okay.
Many years ago, and her hard work and dedication, it proved to be a success in terms of her children and her grandchildren, and her great-grandchildren. So definitely know the value of agriculture within the constituency.
Oh, yeah. Well, you see, a lot of people probably didn't even know that the little background about you, because I think you put out a bio eventually, but that was really part of it compared to what we know now.
Yeah.
And but in terms of moving forward, in terms of going forward, in terms of the politics and stuff, where do you see yourself in the next probably 5 years in the PNM itself as an institution?
Wow, nice question. Definitely working towards serving the nation in whatever capacity. I mean, I've always stated that, my ambitions and my goals really are to work and to serve, but definitely within the parliament, definitely fighting for the constituents of Tabaquite, fighting for the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago, and allowing their voices to be heard through me.
Well, all right. Well, we're on the campaign trail today, and so I am here on the ground. It is going to be tireless, but we want to see what is happening in Tabaquite.
We're going to be meeting some constituents. We're going to be speaking with them, hearing their concerns, of course, sharing my plans as well as the campaign team, as well as the PNM's plan for Tabaquite, and you'll hear the concerns of the constituents.
All right. So they're ready to say the prayers and then they move on.
Good fella, watch out looking. Normally PNM load up.
Let's see what happening. Early. Yeah. All right. I don't walk the rest. I try to get a drop. But I don't walk the rest. I don't walk the rest. Yeah. Well, I'll just mopping and drop there to reach a little distance here. And yeah, because I'm telling you, well, it's still early. Just now I'm gonna switch it so I go get to see. gonna switch the camera. So Bonds Road is alive at this point in time. Yes, man. All right. Right here. I am here. Yeah, man. All right, so we down here, we live. And we're bringing it to you live on Bounce Up Central Media Network. Share the live. Let them know that we are ready. From Fink, if on stage. I got that. I got that. I could be a PNM minute.
Brothers and sisters, ladies and gentlemen, wherever you are, I ask you to kindly stand at attention as we get ready to, of course, pay our respect to the red, white, and black. Brothers and sisters, to lead us in our national anthem, I call upon Mr. Xavier Williams, who will lead us.
So that was the anthem being played.
I ask you to continue standing as we, of course, turn to the Lord in prayer. Whatever faith you belong to, I ask you to clasp your hands, close your eyes as we give praise to the Lord Almighty. We call upon Ms. Shanda Latouche to lead us in prayer. Let us pray. Father God, we give you praise, we give you thanks, we give you honor, and we give you all the glory. For we know that this is the day that you have made, and we will rejoice and be glad in it. Father God, first I lift up our nation of Trinidad and Tobago before thee. I pray that you bless this nation, continue to bless this nation. I pray that you bless our party, the People's National Movement. Strengthen us from strength to strength, O God. Bind us together as a party with cords that cannot be broken. I pray that as we begin this meeting, oh God, that you touch every single person. We pray that you touch every speaker. We pray that you touch our Prime Minister, oh God. And we pray that this meeting be one of substance, oh Lord. And Father God, we commit this meeting into your hands. And we know it is well and it is done in your name. Amen.
So you got prayer being said, and the meeting is officially going to start at this point in time.
Before you sit, I ask you to turn to your left. I ask you to turn to your right. Read the person sitting on 10 feet to the left. Read the person standing to the right. You can turn And in 5 more days, even though it's 5 more days, brothers and sisters, and this of course is a woman's platform, let us also remember that lady who we miss and who we love. Let us make some noise and give praise for the memory of Lisa. PNM, I salute you this afternoon. I am Renuka Ramsey Suklal, the PRO of the People's National Movement Women's League. But tonight I simply stand before you as the PNM's offering to the constituency of St. Augustine. And I have the distinct pleasure of chairing this meeting as I call upon my sister candidates to deliver to you, to show you why we as the People's National Movement will always be the best choice for leadership, the best choice for governance, the best choice. As we begin our meeting, brothers and sisters, let us recognize the Prime Minister of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, also the chairman of our party. Recognize our political leader. Put your hands together as we recognize our political leader, Dr. Keith Christopher Rodney. The woman of this party, you are the pulse of this movement. You are the heart of this movement. So let us recognize, ladies, our lady vice chair, who is also the Attorney General of Arriba, another trailblazer and a powerful woman of the People's National Movement. Put your hands together for that woman who, of course, is a servant leader, the Honorable Penelope Beckles. Another trailblazer, another strong woman who you will hear from tonight. Let us, of course, recognize our deputy political leader, Dr. the Honorable Nyan Gatsby Dolly. Stand hands, please. Stand hands, please. Another trailblazer, another young talent, another founding of the People's National Movement. Our deputy political leader, Dr. the Honorable Nyan Gatsby Dolly. And if we go down to the Southland, another young talent, another finding of the People's National Movement, I take you all to the constituency of Separia as I recognize the PNM standard bearer, Dr. Natasha Mohammed. And I take you right down the road to, of course, the borough of Diego Martin. Diego Martin, your trailblazer, the first mayor of Diego Martin, of course, your worship, Aquila Glasgow. And in the PNM, we, the women of the PNM, stand on the shoulders of those who came before us, and we must recognize our matriarch who is always there supporting us, Miss Joan Yule Williams. In the PNM, woman is power, boots on the ground, and we would not be looking so nice had it not been for Miss Irene Hines, the operation officer of the People's National Movement, and her capable team. And of course, in a campaign, you must have a national campaign manager who has to deal with all these strong, powerful women. Let us recognize our national campaign manager, the man who will take us to victory by this campaign, of course, the Honorable Mr. Rohan Sinanan. All my sister candidates, all PNM standard bearers, you, the women of the People's National Movement, and of course, we must recognize all the strong men of the People's National Movement who support each and every one of us. We recognize you tonight. Ladies and gentlemen, brothers and sisters, as a matter of housekeeping, can the driver of PEB 4974, PEB 4974, kindly attend to your vehicle? You are blocking the entrance. We thank you in advance. We thank you in advance. So, ladies and gentlemen, this election, brothers and sisters, is not only about colors, but of course, what is our color? What is our color? But this election, brothers and sisters, is not only about colors. It is about character. It is about competence. It is about country. And it is only in the People's National Movement you will find women of character. You will find women of competence. You will find women who place country first. And as I speak about these women, let us get into our lineup of speakers. Brothers and sisters, as I said before, the PNM has always been known for finding and molding young, bright talent, attracting young, bright talent. They get vexed with me when I said, if today or tomorrow I should leave politics and have 100 young, bright Indian people line up to support the PNM. They get vexed with me. But brothers and sisters, we at the PNM are an all-inclusive party. We do not see creed. We do not see race. And we turn to superior. I want you to put your hands together as we welcome a new finding of the PNM, a woman of substance, a PhD holder in international business, a woman who is passionate about social work, and of course, our standard bearer in superior. Put your hands together as we welcome to the political hustings the young, the dynamic Dr. Natasha Mohammed.
Red Army, raise your flag. We forward into victory. Yes. Red Army, be ready. Raise your flag. We forward into victory. Whoa. Red Army, be ready. Lift your voice. We taking back city and tea. Yes. Red Army, be ready. Lift your voice. We taking back city and tea. Yes. From Pina to Superior.
Good night, PNM family. Good night, PNM family. Thank you to the fearless, faithful, and phenomenal women before me. You are the pillars of our nation, and today we rise in your honor. Good night. What a blessing it is to stand before you today, not just as a woman, but as a woman of purpose, a servant of the people, and a proud daughter of Superior and Trinidad and Tobago. My story are like many others of yours, began in a small community I was raised with strong values, compassion, discipline, and a deep sense of duty to others. From at a young age of 5 years old, I began serving my community, and I never looked back. That love for service has carried me from classrooms to nursing school to a doctorate to the chambers of parliament today. I pursue these goals not just for personal growth and development, but to serve my country with knowledge and experience and a heart of gold tonight. Now I stand before you as part of the People National Movement candidate, and we are ready to bring real solutions, real service, and real change, because real change starts with us. Real change starts with you, the people of Trinidad and Tobago. Today we gather not just to celebrate the PNM Women's Lead, but to reaffirm that when women lead, the nation will succeed. The PNM has a proud history of empowering women, not only in politics, but in education, business, and healthcare, and even in our homes today and in our everyday lives. From Dr. Linda Babulal to Joanne Yules Williams. And now it is our time, our generation, to continue that legacy. But let's get a little real in a short space of time. Many of us are still carrying the weight of multiple roles: mother, breadwinner, caregiver, professional, and protector. And sometimes we feel invisible, but that must change for our women in Trinidad and Tobago. As a woman from Siparia constituency, I know the silent struggles of our community. Women fetching water from families, young girls dropping out of school due to poverty and pregnancy, mothers begging for jobs to put food on the table, women enduring abuse and nowhere they can turn to. Enough is enough. Under the People's National Government, and with me as your selected member of parliament, women will not be left behind. As your member of parliament tonight, just a few points. I will fight and lobby for the constituency of Siparia. We will have economic empowerment, grants and loans for women to lead businesses, a Siparia woman and business hub and a building to provide training, networking, and mentorship, access to financial literacy and entrepreneurship education, education and skills, vocational training, safety and well-being, support for gender-based violence, units and safe spaces for victims, mental health outreach in our communities, mobile health clinic for women wellness and maternal care, and we will also work on leadership development. We will have a young woman of Siparia mentorship program where women will advocate for new developments. My sisters, I came into this fight because I see you. I see the strength, the talent, and the intelligence, and the resilience that live in our women. And I want you to be the bridge that takes us from that struggle to success. Siparia has been left behind for too long, but no more. With your support and encouragement, we will transform that constituency. And I say tonight, people, we will transform that constituency. We will make it a place where a young girl can dream, where a mother can provide, and where every woman knows that she is respected, protected, and valued. To the women of the People National Movement, thank you. You are the engine of this movement. Tonight, you are the engine of this movement. You knock on doors. You rally troops. You raise our children and still rise to lead. You are the heartbeat of this party tonight. Let us go forward not just as women, but as warriors of progress, as builders of this nation, and as strong women of the people's national movement. Together we will deliver leadership that listens, service that speaks, and a future that finally includes all of us as women. As Esther says in 4 and 14, perhaps this is the moment for which you have been created. Thank you and may God bless you. PNM family, have a good night. Thank you.
From Pina to Superior, she walking every road, never turning back. With heart and vision bright and bold, better days unfold, but she not turning back.
Brothers and sisters, we can do better than that. 5 more days to PNM victory. 5 more days than we holding on to our country. Let us give that young lady in Superior a chance. And of course, we're in election season, and we cannot do an election without recognizing the role that our election officer plays. Let us put our hands, ladies, and of course, give it up for the People's National Movement elections officer, none other than the hardworking Mr. Inder Parisram. Now we go down the road to Digo Martin. Digo Martin, are you represented here tonight? Digo Martin, are all hands on deck for hands? Digo Martin, you have already in your borough a leader, a young lady who is not new to politics, a young lady who is a phenomenal leader, a boss lady, a wife, a mother, the first mayor of the borough of Digo Martin. And more than anything, one of her greatest accomplishments, Digo Martin, and you will agree with me, she is Francine's daughter. Put your hands together, women of the PNM, as we welcome to the hosting, your worship, the Mayor, Akila Glasgow.
My friend, I in a good spirit, I drink in a good spirit. The vibes right up to the limits, so don't me down, don't fight me down, yeah. Good spirit, I drink in a good spirit. The vibes ain't cast in a minute, so don't me down, don't fight me down, yeah. My friend and them couldn't tell you about me. Good people is good people, we only want love and peace.
This is the voice of the People's National Movement. I said, this is the voice of the People's National Movement. And tonight is Ladies' Night. St. James, are you ready? Are you ready? Are you responsible? I want to say all protocols observed, but I must mention the Honorable Stuart Young, SC, our strong, young, capable, responsible, and sober Prime Minister. St. James, tonight I speak not just as a mayor of the borough of Digo Martin. I speak as a woman, as the daughter of Francine Edwards of Carenage, a PNM stalwart. As someone raised by strong women and now standing on a platform that honors generations of women who paved the way. Let's say their names. Joan Yule Williams, a woman of grace, brilliance, and unwavering service. The Honorable Camille Robinson Regis, now our Attorney General, a warrior in heels, who never backed down from a challenge. The Honorable Penelope Beckles Robinson, a trailblazer in law, diplomacy and leadership. The Honorable Donna Cox, a champion for social protection, always walking with the people. So many women to mention, it would take tonight, tomorrow night, but it would be remiss of me if I didn't mention some powerhouses from my home, Digo Martin West. Women like Jackie Lazarus, one of the quiet yet fierce women behind the greatness of Dr. Keith Christopher Rowley. Women like Susan Hong, Francine Edwards, and the late Karen Alexis and Alison Dennis Jasper. And the late Ivy Edwards, my grandmother, whose dedication to community, party, and people paved the way for me. Ladies and gentlemen, these women didn't just hold positions. They held the line. They made space at the table, kicked open doors, and brought other women through. So when I say the PNM is a party of women, it's not flattery, it's fact, it's history. You know, they say that women are their own worst enemy. And I mean, we have been seeing it these days with those so-called influencers who are degrading themselves for 30 pieces of silver, or should I say 40. But tonight, I challenge every woman in this forum. Don't let that lie live any longer. Reject those yellow, vulgar, smutty social media characters who hide behind keyboards and filters trying to distract you from the real issues. They want you to ignore the PNM's 2025 manifesto. But you are too smart, you are too strong, you are too seasoned to fall for that. This manifesto is not business as usual. It's business with backbone. My friends, our manifesto did not leave out our women. Imagine a national childcare strategy that says women should not have to choose between motherhood and ambition. Go and read our manifesto. Targeted financial support for women entrepreneurs, grants, mentorship, and market access. Go and read our manifesto. More community-based programs to tackle domestic violence, offering of psychosocial support and lifting families out of hardship. Go and read our manifesto, people. Enhanced training and employment pipelines for women in tech, trades, and creative industries. Again, I say, go and read our manifesto. Legal and structural reform to protect the rights and dignity of women and girls in every sphere. Read our manifesto, people. You see, while others talk empowerment, the PNM builds it. And let me bring it home, because into this long legacy of leadership steps a new male Prime Minister, Stuart Young SE. But hear me well, he's not coming alone. He's coming carried by the voices of women, inspired by women like his mother, uplifted by sisters in the service like the newly minted Attorney General, the Honorable Camille Robinson Regis. Powerhouses like Penelope Beckles Robinson and Nyan Gadsby Dolly and many more. And he's stepping into a race not with ego, but with empathy. And more than anything, he leads with heart. Ladies and gentlemen, the Honorable Prime Minister understands that you can't serve a nation unless you understand the women who hold it together as mothers, business owners, teachers, caregivers, professionals, and political powerhouses like the women you see behind me tonight. I am proud to stand beside him as the first female mayor of the borough of Digo Martin as he writes his chapter in the PNM story. And what a story it is. A story that began with free education under Dr. Eric Williams. A story of gas deals that secured our future. A story of holding the line through COVID with Dr. Rowley at the helm, never flinching. A story of resilience, responsibility, and results with a roadmap to recovery. While the others talked code, the PNM delivered clarity. Let me repeat that again. While the others talked in code, the PNM delivered in clarity. While they raided the treasury up to 2015, the PNM pulled off a miracle with just 3 days of cash left. Every single public servant was paid. Every grant was delivered. We must not forget. While the opposition handed contracts to friends and family, to every Tom, Dick, and Barry, and the PNM was building schools, launching digital platforms, and expanding access to healthcare. So let me say to every woman in this forum, the next chapter is ours to write. We are the frontline workers. We are the mothers and mentors. We are the builders of homes and builders of hope. We are not supporting characters. We are the co-authors of this moment. So tonight, let's write a chapter of dignity and power, a chapter of stability and security, a chapter where the next generation looks back and says, they made it happen. Let's write a chapter where Lisa Atwater becomes the next MP for Maruga Tableland, where Marisha Alvarado becomes the next MP for Tabaquite, where Natasha Mohammed becomes the next MP for Saparia, where Beatrice Birchlal becomes the next MP for Mayaro, where Lena Rampasad becomes the next MP for Caroni East, where Ayana Webster Roy and Shamfa Kojo reign supreme in Tobago, where all our PNM candidates are successful on election day. Let's write the chapter where the PNM rises, not by chance, but by choice. Let's write the chapter where the women of this country walk boldly forward, never begging for space. Great are the women of Trinidad and Tobago. Great are the women of the borough of Digo Martin. Let's turn the page. Let's dip the pen in red. Let's write a chapter that is red, ready, and responsible people. But people, remember, writing is one thing, but voting is another. So on Monday, April 28, 2025, let's show up with our husbands, our children, our grandchildren, and friends, and stand up for red, ready, and responsible leadership. Let's vote to make it real, so we can all say on the night of April 28th, great is the PNM, great is the PNM, great is the PNM, and we shall prevail. Thank you.
I in a good spirit, I drink in a good spirits. We might right up to the limits, so don't me down, don't fight me down. Yeah. Good spirit, I drink in a good spirits.
Brothers and sisters, this is the voice of the People's National Movement, and that is Francine Daughter. Let us give her a round of applause. And I understand we have coming in here is of course the next member of Parliament, supporter Spain South. Make some noise, of course, for King Scotland Senior Council.
That comes down from the grassroots. Yes, I'm from a place where soca the resounding power. You could feel it anytime, any hour, sunshine or shower. You will feel it anywhere you look, and it read like a storybook. I come from when Tommy used to carry it, where used to carry it.
Let us welcome one of our brothers in service, of course, a man whose constituency we're in. Of course, it is the next member of Parliament, Mr. Scotland. Ladies and gentlemen, as I said to you, we are the People's National Movement, and let us continue in our batting order. we continue, brothers and sisters. We continue with our lineup. We continue with our lineup of powerful women speakers who will report to you, who will speak with you about what we have been doing for you, the women, you, the children of our great nation. Ladies and gentlemen, brothers and sisters, the People's National Movement is the only political party to have created a national developmental policy for Trinidad and Tobago, spanning from Vision 2020 to Vision 2030 to the road to economic recovery. It is only the People's National Movement who recognizes that development and sustainable development takes time. Brothers and sisters, as we enter a bold new chapter in the history of the People's National Movement, we call upon now our next speaker, a woman who serves, of course, in the Ministry of Planning and Development, a distinguished PNM woman, a trailblazer in governance, a woman who has served with distinction, of course, as a permanent representative to the United Nations, a woman who believes in women empowerment and legal reform. Arima, make some noise. Arima, put your hands together. Arima, your representative, a woman of character, a woman of poise. Put your hands together as we welcome to the political hustling the Honorable Penelope Beckles.
Sweeping time. Sweeping time. Oh, sweeping time. I was in the Lapore when somebody showed me him. Somebody said that enough today, the boss could take care of them. And in this crowd was singing loud, going to the convention. When we walk in, big screen and thing, oh Lord.
St. James. St. James. You have to make enough noise that they hear you all the way down in Siparia.
Women of the People's National Movement, stand as we welcome our political leader, the 7th Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago, Dr. Keith Christopher Rowley.
You will feel it anywhere you look.
PNM people, our political leader.
We used to carry it, we used to carry it for the ground, we used to carry it, we used to carry it for the ground, we used to carry it, we used to carry it for the ground, we used to carry it, we used to carry it when Arima had it, Maturita had it, Santa Rosa.
Let me, of course, thank our chair, Senator Renuka Sagram Singh, and the next member of Parliament for St. Augustine, arriving a short while ago, the political leader of the People's National Movement and our former Prime Minister, the Honorable Dr. Keith Christopher Rowley. Let's give it up. At the head table, the Lady Vice Chairman, the Attorney General, and the next Member of Parliament for Trin City Maloney. The next Member of Parliament, Natasha Mohammed, for the constituency of Siparia. Let me specially acknowledge, sitting right next to me, the Honorable Nayan Gadsby Dolly, Minister of Education, and the next Member of Parliament for St. Anne's East. And of course, we are here in the borough of Diego Martin. Let me specially acknowledge Her Worship the Mayor, Akila Glasgow. I want to acknowledge all party officers,
PNMites, special good night, and what a pleasure it is to be here again in St. James. And I want to remind you that I'm a daughter of the PNM. I want to remind you that when we talk about the balize, we talk about a flower. If you burn it, it will grow back. If you chop it, it will grow back. And a plant that continues to survive. I am a proud member of the People's National Movement, a party that has ensured that for every single general and local election that there is a candidate that the People's National Movement sends up for every single constituency. That's the party that I belong to. I want to take this opportunity, and it's never too late, to thank our political leader and members of the screening committee for giving me another opportunity to represent the constituency of Arima. And as I speak tonight, you have a simple decision to make as we approach the 28th of April. And that simple decision relates to making a choice. You would have seen recently that there is a video circulating. We are not all in, we are all fed up. And in that video, you would see that there is a picture of myself and a picture of the Honorable Prime Minister. I am starting by saying to you, do not be distracted. Stay focused. There are those who are intent on creating mischief and division within the People's National Movement, and we will have none of it. And over the next couple days, you are going to see all sorts of videos, all sorts of statements, because they are panicking. And when they begin to panic, the only way that they could defeat the PNM if we allow them to defeat us. The most important thing for success is unity. And if unity exists, they can never beat the People's National Movement. So
a man with energy, always checking for me. Don't let up at all, just answer when we call. CRT. With ears that go wrong, he always vibrant and strong, energetic and he young, CRT.
Ladies and gentlemen, the chairman of our great party, and of course the Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago, put your hands together, women of the People's National Movement, and we welcome here tonight in Bourne Road, St. James, of course our Prime Minister, our chairman, Stuart Richard Young, Senior Counsel.
Energetic and young, CRT. He's the future Prime Minister. It's so much bigger, we can't get better. The sector called energy, he rescued that for me. Then he fight for more money to put $3 billion in the treasury. CRT, a man with energy, always check it for me. Don't let up at all, just answer when we call. CRT, he always vibrant and strong, energetic and you come at TNT, handle the demons, the country in good hands. It will be there to show the economy will grow, negativity will go, better day for Trinidad. A man with energy, always check it for me. Don't let up at all, just answer when we call. CRT, with ears
go wrong. He always vibrant and strong. And
Our Prime Minister is making his way to the front.
Let's come together and support our leader, so things could get better.
I know that we're all excited to meet our Honorable Prime Minister.
Everywhere that he touched down, effective leadership and glow. In TNT, we love him so. Starting.
A man with energy, always checking for me. Don't let up at all, don't answer when we call.
But he ain't got no wrong. He always vibrant and strong.
Honorable Prime Minister, St. James welcomes you.
When I hear it, I didn't believe it. I went and checked it. They say he runs it.
Honorable Prime Minister, Bournes Road welcomes you.
The best in Trinidad, tell them great faces so.
A man with energy, always checking for me. Don't let up at all, just answer when we call.
But he ain't got no wrong. He always vibrant and strong. Energetic and
He young, Scotty. He's the future, Prime Minister. It's so much bigger, we can't get better.
the sector called energy. He rescued that for me. Then he fights for more money to put $3 billion in the treasury.
Can I again ask you to welcome our Honorable Prime Minister, Stuart Richard Young. I was saying that I thought long and hard about what I would say tonight. I reflected deeply about this, our nation, and the legacy of our father, of our nation, the late Dr. Eric Eustace William, a man before his time whose vision and dedication laid the foundation for the future we are building today. This very legacy continues to inspire generations of us, women, men, girls, and boys, for all of us in the People's National Movement. As we think about the 28th of April, I want to remind you about the importance of protecting the legacy of the People's National Movement and what the movement represents. And that is what we risk today if we do not make the right decision. Eric Williams stood tall, his voice like thunder declaring, "Massa Day done." The PNM has fought for your independence, and in 1962 we won that. The PNM has fought and ensured that every child in Trinidad and Tobago can have free secondary and tertiary education. But what do we think about? We owe it to Dr. Eric Williams. We owe it to George Chambers. We owe it to Patrick Manning. We owe it to Dr. Keith Christopher Rowley. And we also owe it to Stuart Richard Young to ensure that the People's National Movement is elected come the 28th of April. So brothers and sisters, I stand before you not just as one of your own, but as a sister in the struggle, a woman ablaze with passion for the People's National Movement. And I want to ask you that notwithstanding any challenges that you may face, notwithstanding any struggles that you may think about, you have a responsibility to restore the pride of the People's National Movement and to power our nation. On Monday, the 28th, 4 days from today, we go to the polls and there is a lot at stake. The future of our children, your family, your future, and indeed for St. James and ours as a nation. And you have that choice to make because it is important that you recognize and you remember that there is no policy that the People's National Movement hasn't addressed. You know very well our performance in the field of education, in the field of healthcare, in the field of the energy sector. Every single area the People's National Movement has performed. And from time to time, when I walk about in my own constituency, and I hear some people say that the People's National Movement has done nothing. And I ask myself, where have they been from since 1962? And you have that responsibility to protect the legacy of the People's National Movement. Do not get confused by this thing about yellow is the code, and yellow is the code, and yellow is the code. Politics and governance is not about any code. Serving the people is not about a code. And if it is, you are proud about your legacy. If it is, you are proud about being a People's National Movement member. If you are proud about Dr. Eric Williams, if you are proud about the integrity, the honesty, and the reputation of the PNM, then you will go and vote for the PNM on the 28th of April. There is no greater joy than just to think about the legacy of the PNM, to think about the performance of the PNM, whether it be in the housing sector, and whether you start in Diego Martin and you come all the way and you continue and you go to Arima. You start with Victoria Keys and you start with the housing sector that started some 40, 50 years ago in Diego Martin, when at that time it was just about a few $100s for a house. And you come now all the way and you pass, you go to St. Augustine, or you go right here in Port of Spain South, you go in Laventille West, and you see the housing stock. You go to St. Augustine, you go to Tunapuna, you go to Arima, you go to Sandy Grande, you go all the way to South, and everywhere that you go in Trinidad and Tobago, you see the performance of the People's National Movement in the area of housing. There is not a constituency that you travel to where you do not see secondary schools. Not a single area in Trinidad and Tobago. And that was the vision of Dr. Eric Williams, and continued through all the prime ministers of the People's National Movement. I just have a few other areas because it's important to remind you. Think about the health sector. For the people in Sandy Grande, a new hospital. For the people in Arima, a new hospital. For the people in Point Fortin, a hospital. And just recently, the opening of the 504-bed hospital in Port of Spain. Think about Scarborough. And I ask myself, how is it possible that people can say that the People's National Movement has not delivered? And it is you, the people of the PNM, who are here tonight. It is you, the people of the PNM, who are in your homes and you are listening. You know very well that the PNM has delivered. But here it is. You have the UNC using social media and every form of communication to try to convince you that the PNM has not delivered and does not deserve a chance. I can ask you in any area, whether it is sports, the PNM has delivered. And the last couple minutes that I have, I want to remind the women of the PNM that you have a responsibility more than anybody else to protect the legacy of the People's National Movement. I want to say to you that it was under the People's National Movement that we had the first female president, the second female president. I had the honor of serving as a leader of opposition business in the Senate. We have had a female speaker. We have had at least two female attorney generals, all under the People's National Movement. And if you go through the list of legislation passed in the parliament for the protection of women and girls, it is all the People's National Movement. I served as the ambassador to the United Nations. And I remember when this People's National Government was piloting a bill to deal with issues relating to girls being married under the age of 18. Try and remember who didn't support that bill. Try and remember who didn't support that bill. Too many of you are getting distracted by the promises. But when people speak to you in code, they are telling you about secret promises. And I'm warning you, election is not about secret promises. It is not about a code. You have a relationship, you as a member of parliament and a minister, between you and your constituency. There is no code in that. And therefore, some of you are getting caught up by some of the promises that they're offering you. And you have to be very conscious, because if somebody cares about you, they care about you all the time. They cannot care about you only when it is elections. And that is the time they bring you fridge, stove, microwave, ham, lamb, and jam. I remember walking with Foster Cummins in La Joqueta. Some people opened their houses and they showed us that they cleared out everything, and the UNC brought in everything new so that they can vote for them. I may do differently. I cannot tell you. The Honorable Prime Minister may not be able to tell you, because you may want to make a choice to get fridge, TV, and all of that. But you could take it if you want and vote for the People's National Movement. Because if they feel they could use you for a vote, do not allow them to use you. Do not allow them to use you. The education that you benefited from under the People's National Movement gives you the right to make a choice between what is right and what is wrong, what is good and what is bad, what is performance and what is not its performance, and to be able to distinguish between PNM policy and UNC policy. And you know very well that they can never stand side by side with the People's National Movement's policy. I continue to be a proud member of the People's National Movement. And I am privileged to stand here and say to you that I have benefited from the education of the People's National Movement. In very simple terms, I grew up without lights and water. I was the first person from my village to pass for St. Joseph's Convent. With the opportunity given to me by the People's National Movement, I became an attorney at law. And today, I'm a minister, all benefiting from policies of the People's National Movement. Do not let anybody convince you that the PNM has done nothing for you. That is an absolute lie. It is desperation that is causing them to try to convince you that the People's National Movement doesn't care about you. Let me close by saying to you, we are just a few days away. And there are many parts of the world where people don't have the right to vote. You have that right here in Trinidad and Tobago. Exercise it. Exercise it. And compare the two political parties. Compare the two political leaders. And choose. And choose for your children, your grandchildren. Choose for your future. One thing you can be proud of is when you select the PNM, you select a party of integrity, a party of dedication, a party who is committed to the People's National Movement. And I urge you that on the 28th, get up early, go to the polls. Do not go by yourself. Go with your children, call your neighbors, call your friends, and tell them that when they vote for the People's National Movement on the 28th of April, they vote for integrity. They vote for performance. They vote for a party that has been tested and a party that is great, and it's a party of Dr. Eric Eustace Williams. From Dr. Williams to George Chambers to Patrick Manning to Dr. Keith Christopher Rowley and now to Stuart Richard Young. Great is the PNM, great is the PNM, and we shall prevail.
You want to help someone in your family. You want to help your man financially. But nowadays it's really very hard to get a job as a girl in Trinidad. You're looking out to find something to do. You meet a boss man who promised to help you. But as the man lay down the condition, it's nothing else but humiliation. They want to see a whole anatomy. They want to see what your doctor never see. They want to do what your husband never do. Still you and know if these scams will hire you. Well, if it's all this humiliation to get a job these days as a woman, tell them they could keep their money, I go keep my honey and time with my thing. Tonight is about the woman, right? Yeah. Boy. Some of them done pack up already, yet they say dumb, waiting like my PP, using the power of the cash and position, waiting to abuse and exploit any woman. To get the work you had to go to bed with key, become slave, second wife and deputy, and as the next woman come on the line, he start to tell you were good, you can't want. They want to see you in some fancy pose. They want to see how you look without your clothes. They want you cook up like a bloody acrobat. The wife had told the cat she to do that. So before I had to lick down somebody, of course I let the police come for me. What? Tell them they could. And die with my dignity. Oh. Listen. Looking for work, you might bounce up a fellow who might be looking quite handsome and macho. You tell yourself you want to work with him, so you decide to try a ratchet. But when you're done, it's then you get to know he wife Libby and gone long time ago. With all the cash she have, he is a failure. The man ain't nothing but a blinking superior. They want to feel up your navel and your breast. They want to see if your halots are on your chest. The things they want to do you with their hand, like if they're searching to find the promised land. I am a woman who don't make any style. Before I slap them on the time of a heart attack, tell them and die with my thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, Tamika Darius, let us give her a round of applause. Thank you, Tamika. And of course, we move on with our lineup of powerful speakers. But it will be remiss of me if I didn't say I see that flag for that good-looking candidate from St. Augustine. So I had to recognize the St. Augustine posse. Brothers and sisters, children are critical to the People's National Movement, and of course their education is critical. Our next speaker has a history of education
and community development. She believes in educational reform and, of course, tackling challenges that face our children with special needs and, of course, children from at-risk communities. The woman who leads the charge with poise and finesse, of course, our deputy political leader and a trailblazer. Ladies, put your hands together. PNM people, put your hands together as we welcome to the political hustings none other than Dr. the Honorable Nyan Gatsby Dolly.
From Maracas Bay to Valley View, Dolly delivers, we coming through. Fixing the roads, building the schools.
Lady James, St. James.
She know the struggle, she feel the pain. Working hard through sun and rain. With Dolly's heart and Dolly's drive.
St. Sancy to the house.
Dolly, we moving with you. St. Tansey's coming through.
PNM family. PNM family, if you're ready to vote for the PNM in the next 4 days and bring us back into government, say great is the PNM. If you are proud to belong to a party with a political leader like Dr. Keith Rowley, a prime minister like Stuart Young, senior counsel, a lady vice chairman like the Attorney General Camille Robinson Regis, say great is the PNM. If you are proud to see these women on this stage tonight, the next MP for St. Augustine, Renuka Sagram St. Suklal, the next MP for Saparia, the next MP for Arriba, say great is the PNM. And if, like me tonight, you were so proud of Francine daughter, a daughter of Diego Martin West, someone who has distinguished herself as a councillor and now leads the borough of Diego Martin, say great is the PNM for Aquila. PNM family, this election is just a few days away. Wake up and shake up. Tell your neighbor, red is the word. Tell them on April 28th, we're not playing with our vote. When I say PNM, you say vote. PNM, PNM. And when I say vote, you say PNM. Vote, vote, vote. Great is the PNM. PNM family, I'm drinking my water because we have some business to mind come April the 28th. You ready to mind your business? You ready to do the business? Your voting finger ready? Put it in the LMSA. You're now singing like the PNM army we have to be if we are going to be victorious on April the 28th. Because crowds don't win elections. What wins elections? What wins elections? What wins the election? I want to say a word to the mothers tonight. How many mothers do you have in the crowd? And if you're not a biological mother, you're a PNM woman, and PNM women always have some children somewhere. So if you're a mother, put your hands in the air now. Yes, Councillor Nicole Young, yes. I want to speak to the mothers in the time that I have tonight, because there is something that disturbs me about what is happening with the psyche of our people and with the mindset of our children. And that is important for us to understand. In 1962, the People's National Movement was focused on education as a way to break the cycle of poverty. What is the first word in the name of this party? People. People at the heart, at the front of our party. And education was one way that we knew we had to use that to break the cycle of poverty in Trinidad and Tobago. And I dare say that has worked well for us. But 63 years later, we face a different threat. It is not that we don't have schools. We have the schools. But our children are going to these schools, some of them, and they are not getting what they need to get from these schools. All sorts of problems, all sorts of distractions. And therefore the PNM, the party that has always made it important to develop our young people, we have looked at different ways to deal with that problem. Because if you don't have education, you don't have a ticket. And if you don't have a ticket, you don't have a... And we want your children to have a chance. So in the education sector, we set about to ensure that the children who needed it most, especially after COVID, they got the attention they needed. And we set about to ensure that we put more guidance counselors. Counselor Young, she's a counselor and a counselor. She's a double counselor. Give her a round of applause. Working hard in our schools to help our children. Because we understand that if our children do not take their chance at education, they will end up as the tail. But the Bible told us and the PNM told us that our children will be the head and not the tail. And we as the PNM decided we will spend our money in the schools and not the jail. Declare it upon your children. So the problem is not schools now, it's what's happening in the school. And we decided we will help that problem. We will put more social workers. We will put more guidance counselors. We will train our teachers differently so that your children, my children, could take advantage of the opportunity of education. There will be equity in education opportunity. But sometimes parents, and I'm speaking to you mothers out there, not every child takes the part that they should. Some children need a little more support. They lose their way a little bit. And sometimes they end up on social media doing things that they shouldn't. And I have looked at the comments when some of our children end up on social media. I have looked at some of the nakedly racist, horrible, terrible comments. Have you seen them? And they love to say, look at the Balize children. Have you seen that? You know why they're gloating? They are gloating because they want your children to continue doing that. Because if your children doing that, they're not taking the opportunity for education. And your children will stay as the tail and not as the... But the PNM declares that your children will be the head and the tail, not the tail. So we have been doing the work to ensure that we reach your children in the schools. More than that, the PNM has taken decisions, and look at our leader there, our political leader, who as Prime Minister took a decision to establish an entire Ministry of Youth Development, understanding the problem that we had 62 years after we became a nation. And that ministry, that entire ministry is dedicated to ensure that your children have a second chance. My children must have a second chance, because suppose they didn't get what they're supposed to get in the education system. Does that mean that their whole life must now be on the bottom? No. The PNM says no. The PNM says even if your children did not get what they needed in the education system, there is a Ministry of Youth. There is a second chance for our children, because that is the PNM way. We will not relegate our children to failure. And the Ministry of Youth Development has set about reopening the youth camps that were closed. We met them closed in 2015. Why? Why were they closed? Because there are people in this country who do not want our children to have a second chance. There are people in this country who don't want the status quo broken, but they may not want your children to succeed. They may not want your children to progress, but the People's National Movement has always been about your children, always been about my children, always been about the progress of Trinidad and Tobago. And that is one reason, mothers, if for no other reason, you should get up on April the 28th and get out there with your children and vote solidly for the People's National Movement. Do it for your children. Do it to protect their future. Because if we lose our second chance in this country for our children, then we leave them to be the tail. Equity is what is required to ensure that every creed and race, every child has the chance to progress and to succeed. And where children need more help, they get more help and they can become productive citizens too. You have heard the success stories coming out of Milat. You have heard us as a government say that we will proceed to deal with a girls' Milat, a Milat for girls. You heard us say we will expand Milat. Why? Because we understand when the PNM says we love you, so we take good care of you only. The PNM understands it's not just a song for us. It is our ethos. It is how we serve. And so, mothers, I appeal to you. If you want better for your children, if you want your children to be the head and not the tail, if you want to see programs continue in the education sector, in the youth training sector, to give your children a second chance, then you have a responsibility to vote for the People's National Movement. So tonight, when we consider our future, then you're voting on April the 28th, if for nothing else, to protect the future for your children. Mothers, I call out to you tonight to do your part to ensure that your children's future is protected. Do I have your agreement? Will you vote for the People's National Movement? Will you carry your children to vote for the People's National Movement? Will you protect your future? Will you be first in line on April 28th? And if that is so, then on that night, we will all be able to celebrate, we the PNM, we the mothers, with our children, as we return the PNM to governance, and we will all say, great is the PNM, great is the PNM, great is the PNM, and we the people of Trinidad and Tobago, shall prevail.
Ladies, are we in agreement with our honorable minister? We want our children to be the head, not the tail. Sisters of the People's National Movement, you have heard what the PNM's plan has always been for our next generation. 5 more days, brothers and sisters, to PNM victory. 5 more days and we are holding on to our country. Brothers and sisters, you have heard from our honorable minister. The decision is yours to make on April 28th. And when I say vote, you say? When I say vote, you say? Brothers and sisters, let us put our hands together as we welcome to the hustings another product of the PNM story. Of course, our most distinguished Attorney General, a woman with a strong political history. A woman, of course, who is the major MP for Trinity Maloney. Trinity Maloney, are you in the house tonight? The first woman to be the leader of government business in the House of Representatives. A woman whom I have had the distinct pleasure of working with. A woman who was instrumental in Vision 2030. Of course, St. James. And of course, the woman of our National Women's League, your lady vice chair, a woman of distinction. Put your hands together for none other than the Honorable Camille Robinson Regis.
Consistency, building the community. No, there's some things that she did for me.
Five more days, ladies and gentlemen. 5 more days before we make Stuart Richard Young the 9th Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago. Five more days before we give the People's National Movement its 3rd consecutive 5-year term. But in those 5 days, we know that they will try anything. We know that they will try to distract us. We know that they will try any kind of wickedness. And so I say tonight, Saint Michael the Archangel, defend us in battle. Be our protection against the wickedness and snares of the devil. May God rebuke him, we humbly pray. And do thou, O Prince of the heavenly host, by the power of God, thrust into hell Satan and all evil spirits who wander through the world for the ruin of souls. And we all say, Amen. My sisters of the PNM, we have returned to what is familiar ground for us, our stomping ground in St. James, continuing our tradition election after election. Ladies of the PNM, we know that when the women speak, the earth shakes. We know that we are the ones who tell our families that they have to vote PNM, 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 PNM. Since 1956, we have voted PNM, and we are sure that we have done this country right. There can be no doubt that it is the women of the PNM who have advocated for the growth of women in this country. There can be no doubt that our women have blossomed in every single field. And if Kamala were honest, she would even admit that it is PNM policy why she became the Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago. And if we admit, unfortunately, she was the worst Prime Minister Trinidad and Tobago ever had. Our party is fielding 12 women in 12 of the 41 constituencies. A woman in Mayaro, a woman in Naparima, a woman in Maruga Tableland, a woman in Arima, a woman in St. Augustine, a woman in Caroni East, a woman in Separia, a woman in St. Anne's East, a woman in Trin City, Maloney, a woman in Arima, a woman in Tobago West, a woman in Tobago East. And I'm asking you to vote solidly for all the women in those 12 constituencies. We are fielding 30% of women, the highest number of any political party. And it is only the PNM who can make such a boast. And like my sisters who have said, they keep saying that the PNM has done nothing. And I say tonight, that is so far from the truth, it is unbelievable. Because in our housing policy, we have seen a difference in our homes. And ladies and gentlemen, I'm not talking only about the HDC. In this instance, I'm talking about the Land Settlement Agency. The Land Settlement Agency of the Ministry of Housing and Urban Development has built over 900 homes for people in Trinidad and Tobago. 900 homes that are free. The occupants of those homes don't have to pay 1 cent. And what was the purpose of those 900 homes? In many instances, people were living in less than optimal conditions, living without indoor plumbing, living without electricity, living without sanitary facilities. And it is the PNM who took those people out of the squalid conditions and built homes for them at no cost to the person occupying those homes. Is that not something that the PNM has done for the people of Trinidad and Tobago, the most deserving of us? We raise the personal allowance so that now persons who get a salary of $7,500 or less do not pay income tax. Is that not something that we have done that have touched people personally? We reduce VAT to 12.5%. ensuring that you have more money in your pockets. Is that not something that the PNM has done? We eliminated stamp duty on homes up to $2 million. Is that not something for first-time homeowners? And that is not all, ladies and gentlemen. As we go through the length and breadth of Trinidad and Tobago, we have touched every single generation. We have touched every single person in one way or another. We looked at families. We looked at people to ensure that they felt the impact of a government that cares. I want to just take you back for 1 minute to the COVID experience, just for 1 minute, and to remind you that the government of the day, a People's National Movement government, ensured that every gazetted public servant kept their job. We maintained lives and livelihoods. And I ask you tonight, any of you who belong to a union, did the PSA do anything for you? Did the OWTU do anything for you? Did you even get a hamper from Ansel Roger? Not one thing. It was the government that took care of people throughout the entire COVID experience. And at the same time, the unions ensured that every month that you got your salary, they got their dues, and they gave you not 1 cent. My friends, wherever there is a contest, it is always important to size up your competition, to size up your opponent, whether it is in a race, in a debate, or in an election. It is important to know whom you are up against and what qualifies that person if they think that they are better than you. And so I want you to take a long,
hard look. Look at the women who are before us tonight. Question 1. Do you think that any of them would need a 5-day weekend to catch themselves after working hard for one day? Do you see any of them needing assistance to walk on the stage? Do you see any of them needing assistance to maneuver through the crowd? Do you see any of them doing a motorcade in their constituency rather than walking door to door? Have you heard very clearly what they said, or did you hear blah, blah, blah? Have you understood everything that they said to you tonight? And as simple as that seems, that is the difference between our opponents and them. I want to ask one last question. Did you see any of them in a poster without their clothes? Members of the PNM gathered here in St. James. Members of the PNM looking at us on television. Members of the PNM listening to us on radio. Members of the PNM following us on the World Wide Web. It is absolutely clear that Kamla Persad-Bissessar does not have the capacity, mental or physical, to handle the affairs of Trinidad and Tobago. I am not just saying that because I could talk. We heard Patrick Manning tell us that. We heard Keith Rowley tell us that. We are hearing Stuart Young telling us that. She is unfit to lead this country. She was unfit between 2010 and 2015. And now at 73, she is completely unfit. You see Dr. Rowley, 75 and fit as ever. Kamla is only 2 years younger than Dr. Rowley. Watch Kamla. Ladies and gentlemen, the woman is unfit to govern. She can't even govern herself. Kamla and the UNC pose a threat to the democracy of Trinidad and Tobago. The choice is ours on April 28th. The choice is ours on April 28th. We must make the right choice. And you, the women of the PNM, must lead in that choice. Today, Kamla is a danger to our country. The UNC is reckless, they are worthless, and we cannot, in all conscience, ask them to return to govern our Trinidad and Tobago. But ladies and gentlemen, this election is simple. It is a choice between the PNM and the UNC. A choice between progressive leadership or return to the kleptocracy. It is a choice between faulty leadership and sober leadership. As for us in the Women's League of the PNM, we know
that our choice is PNM, 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 PNM. Our nation demands decisive leadership, sober judgment, unflinching courage, and there is one name that stands above the rest. The Honorable Stuart Richard Young, SC, is not just leading, he is forging the path forward as a senior counsel, as Minister of Energy and Energy Industries, and now as the 8th Prime Minister, I'm predicting, of Trinidad and Tobago. Stuart T. has proven time and time again that he is a leader of action, a leader of strategy, a leader of substance. From the courtroom to the cabinet, from local challenges to global negotiations, he has taken on the toughest fights. Stuart Richard Young has not flinched. He has negotiated billion-dollar gas contracts. He has aided in the restructuring of Atlantic LNG. He has aided in the rebuilding of the economic backbone of our country. As minister, he has faced several threats that have come to this nation and has not blinked, because Stuart is a man of his word and a man on whom we can depend. While others talk, Stuart Young delivers. Let the record speak for itself. Between 2015 and 2025, Stuart Young has dedicated himself to service. A simple comparison of his work in the Parliament will show us that of the bills debated, Stuart Richard Young debated 88 bills and 57 motions. Kamla, 51 bills and 27 motions. He does not run from responsibility. He meets responsibility head on. He doesn't retreat from press conferences. He rolls up his sleeves and works in the interest of the people of Trinidad and Tobago. Whether it's national or energy, security or justice reform, he has been in the engine room of this country's growth between 2015 and 2025. And we are saying tonight that he is the one who must be the Prime Minister from 2025 to 2030. Ladies of the PNM, the time today is no different. We are being called to take on the battle with the enemy. Make no bones about it. We, the PNM, have a vision for Trinidad and Tobago. We, the women, know this vision, and we, the women, know that it is only the PNM that can fulfill such a vision. Our participation and representation is therefore crucial. It is the PNM that took us from colonialism to independence, from independence to Republican status. And it is the PNM that is all in this next chapter for Trinidad and Tobago. Women of the PNM, women of Trinidad and Tobago, as we approach the general election on April 28th, 2025, I urge every citizen to participate in this democratic process. Your involvement is critical to the PNM success. And so, on April 28th, after the votes are cast and counted, we will say in one accord, great is the PNM, great is the PNM, great is the PNM, and we have prevailed. Thank you. The boss. Who's the boss? The boss. This one is for all the powerful women in the audience, right? The woman's place was always in the home, while she husband went outside and roam. Since the beginning of time, we standing in line, taking we grind, following behind. Now we women have changed the course without remorse. Woman is boss. When it comes to caring, sharing, and achieving, woman is boss. On every right. The 18th century saw a change. No man fine, a woman acting strange. We no longer depend on man to earn a living. Now we going outside and earning we own shilling. Cause we woman have changed the course without remorse. Woman is boss. When it comes to substance, advantage performance, woman is boss. Hey. Put your hand here like so. Who's the boss? Who's the boss? Who's the boss? Woman's role, we know as a miracle maker, wife, mother, teacher, etc. With the ability to combine all of these roles, man, you must agree, it's a woman's world. Cause we women have changed the course without remorse. Woman is boss. When it comes to quality, production, and dignity, tell them. Thank you. Enjoy the rest of the night.
Tamika Davis, let's give her a round of applause. But I have to say, it's PNM woman is boss, huh? Not any and every woman. PNM woman is boss. Ladies, let us, of course, welcome. I understand the mayor of the city of Port of Spain is here. Women of our Women's League, let us put our hands together as we recognize, of course, His Worship, Mayor Chinua Allen, and, of course, all members of local government. Of course, we have Councillor Young. I know we have Councillor Batiste, woman, strong woman of the People's National Movement. Ladies and gentlemen, my sisters of the People's National Movement, 5 more days to PNM victory. Women of the People's National Movement, 5 more days and we holding on to our country. 5 more days, ladies, and we standing behind our political leader. Ladies of the PNM, 5 more days and we standing behind our new Prime Minister. Women of the People's National Movement, boots on the ground, left, right, we singing our PNM song. Ladies of the People's National Movement, boots on the ground, and we going right down till we lie down, because of course, we waking up real early on April 28th, and we are going out in our numbers. We are taking our sister and even our mister, and we are going to ensure that the People's National Movement returns to power. We are going to ensure that Stuarty returns as the Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago. Women of the People's National Movement, my sisters, let us all stand as we welcome to the political hustings your Prime Minister, our Prime Minister, the Honorable Stuart Richard Young.
A man with energy, always checking for me. Don't let up at all, let's answer when we call. CRT, but he is that rock, he always vibrant and is strong, energetic and he young, CRT. When I hear it, I didn't believe it, I went and checked it, they say he read it. We have a new leader, he's strong with willpower, the best in Trinidad, tell them great faces. So
Good night.
a man with energy, always checking.
Good night, St. James. Oh, how wonderful it is to be here tonight. For those of you who may not be aware, I made my debut on a PNM political platform right here in Bonds Road, St. James in 2015. So I thank you, PNM, for allowing me to return tonight. To our political leader, Dr. Keith Rowley, to our deputy political leaders, Rohan Sinanan, Dr. Nyan Gatsby Dolly, to our Lady Vice Chair, the Attorney General Camille Robinson Regis, to all other party officers, to all candidates, to our first citizen of the city of Port of Spain, Alderman Mayor Chinua Alain, to all of the councillors, to our mayor of the borough of Diego Martin, in whom we are well proud, Mayor Akila Glasgow. To the matriarch of the party, you know, a meeting in the PNM car start without Auntie June, so we're glad she's in our presence. To all of my cabinet colleagues, and to you, the lovely members of the People's National Movement, let us welcome all citizens of Trinidad and Tobago who are watching and viewing this powerful platform tonight. One cannot help but feel a sense of pride. And tonight, as a guest of the National Women's League of the People's National Movement, I sat here and I thank God. I thank God for the opportunity to serve amongst the quality of women that the People's National Movement produces generation after generation. And I am grateful that the quality of women who come forward to continue serving the People's National Movement can be found amongst our 41 candidates as we put them up to face the election this year. We have shown time and time again
as a party that not only do we prioritize ensuring that women of quality are in positions of leadership in our party, in our parliament, government, and other areas, but we have also made sure that there's equity in our school system and there's equity in the workplace. Because the PNM is a party that does not only speak. We don't speak about we care about you. Not only do we say that, but we show it in our actions. Tonight, I ask for the liberty of pivoting the national conversation a little bit. Because in the next 4 days, we go to the polls on the 5th day. And the country and all its citizens have an important decision to make after you've decided that you have to vote. You have to decide who you're going to vote for. And tonight, I would like the opportunity to speak to all of the women in our society. Because you see, as that last song said, every sensible man knows that woman is boss. And every sensible man follows the advice given to him by a woman in his life. So tonight I thought I would use the opportunity to ask the women of the nation to help the rest of us to make the only sensible decision on the 28th of April. And I intend to do that tonight by talking to women about what I know matters the most to you. Because as I walk through the crowd and as I look at the crowd, one cannot help but notice that once again, you see the women looking after their children and looking after their grandchildren. And it is not only their children and grandchildren by blood, but the women in society who are interested in building a proper Trinidad and Tobago also play a lot of influence in their respective communities, in their workplaces, in their churches and places of worship, whether it be the mandir, the mosque, or wherever it is you gather to worship. So tonight, the conversation is to speak to you and to tell you that the People's National Movement has continued to follow the policies that were created and evolved over time, coming from Dr. Eric Williams all the way down to our current leader, Dr. Rowley, and now to this generation of leaders that you see putting themselves forward to lead our great country. Because the decision is one that we must not take lightly. And the decision is one, woman, that you have the ability to look on and to understand what is on offer. This is not about persons offering what cannot be delivered. Unfortunately, tonight, another woman who is a leader of a union saw it fit to try and rebut what I said earlier today when I told the population in the most clear terms that we in the People's National Movement are not privatizing WASA, nor are we getting rid of the workers. They double down. Because you see, when someone is presented with a lie by those in front of them and put forward as a face to tell that lie, they cannot retreat from it. So tonight, I start by using the opportunity to say, I'm sorry to see that you're being used in that manner, and to once again say that that sub-cabinet committee report that you're referring to, that I referred to today, was rejected by the cabinet. A committee puts forward a report, a committee makes recommendations, and our position, workers of WASA, workers of TNTech, is that we are not getting rid of WASA and TNTech, and we're not privatizing it, and we're not looking to get rid of workers. What we did is we restructured the management of WASA. So allow me those few seconds to just put that frontally back on the record, because they tried to double down a few moments ago with the same lie. So tonight, I want to share with you, and I want you to join me. I want to share with you a dream that we have and the vision that the People's National Movement has to carry us forward in the future. And it's easy for anybody who wants to measure the PNM, because we took the time, we took the effort, we put in the work to make sure there is a document that can always be referred to, a manifesto of 181 pages that shows what our realistic plans are for the future of Trinidad and Tobago. So tonight, allow me, ladies, an opportunity to touch on some topics right here in a bold new chapter that we in the PNM, who are willing and putting ourselves forward, asking for the mandate to write this bold new chapter together with you. What are some of the initiatives? What are some of our plans that are going to better not only your lives, not only the lives of your community, but better the lives of our children and our grandchildren? Because you see, the kind of promises that may be made elsewhere will not do that. You need to look at the policy. So allow me to start by saying it is clear that we are embracing all. And I repeat that here tonight. We are a party that is calling for unity. We are a party that welcomes everyone who wants to build a better Trinidad and Tobago. And one of the mantras that we have adopted going forward that sums it up best is a rising tide lifts and floats all ships. And that is what this government is intent on doing. So join me as we explore the vision and as we go on to a journey of how we will ensure a better life for your children and your grandchildren. The first thing that I want to refer to tonight is that we are going to fix the formulas that are applying for you to get the access to grants. Because you see, we have listened and we know the difficulties that are taking place. We know how, unfortunately, some in the public system are preventing people from getting grants, those who really need the grants. So you'll find it on page 40. We reform the food and disability grant system. This will better your lives. This will give you the access to be able to help your families. And when someone in your family gets a temporary job, it does not mean that the family is going to lose access to the food card or the disability grant. And these are the things that the next PNM government is committed to do for you. We have also said that we are going to double the number of food support cards to be distributed and to do it in an equitable manner to make sure that those who most need that help and assistance get it. We are going to create an easier access to the grant system because we know the stress and the strife that a family is put under, worrying if their daughter, their son, living in the household goes out and gets a job, be it in a corporation, be it in a ministry, a state enterprise, or private sector, how that may then affect your ability to get that disability grant to help your child who needs it the most. I also want to spend some time talking about something that needs to be addressed in this country. You see, gender-based violence of both intimate and non-intimate partners is something that this PNM government is committed to working on and to providing better protection for our women and children. You have seen in the last 10 years, Minister Ayanna Webster Roy, out of the Office of the Prime Minister, has worked hard both with state as well as with NGOs, and we have increased the number of safe houses, the number of transition homes, the number of areas for women who unfortunately are subject to this heinous type of violence on women and children, so they have a space to go that is a safe space. It has also been taken up by the Ministry of Social Development and Family Services. When you look at the plans we've presented, we are also going to be increasing the electric monitoring unit and its ability to put the ankle bracelets on those who offend against our women. We're going to be strengthening the laws to protect our women. These are initiatives that will protect our women more. We are going to insist that the police service and those who are charged with the responsibility treat our women with dignity when they come to make the reports at the station. And I hasten to add, because we have some friends who want protection for the men in those situations as well, that they will be protected as well. It is gender-based violence, but our focus is on the women and the children to ensure that you are better protected. And that is a commitment that we give to the next generation. It has always been an important part of PNM policy and something that we should be proud of, our focus on education. Because time and time again, from the time when Dr. Eric Williams took a decision with a PNM cabinet that every child should have the opportunity to an education for free in Trinidad and Tobago, it has only been successive PNM governments that have expanded that in a responsible manner. So I want to tell you tonight that when you hear persons talk about we're going to return the gate system to what it used to be, that is not affordable. But what you had done in the past 9 years was a PNM government look at the gate system, make sure that those who need the access to it have access. We looked at the education system and scholarships. And what we did is reduce the number of scholarships because we found that there was an inequitable number of people who would make the grades to get scholarships, but they may have the means to send their children to school and to university. We introduced a bursary system to ensure that those who had the grades but were not at the top percentile would get the access to a tertiary education. These are the types of policies that will continue in a responsible manner because it will not collapse Trinidad and Tobago. But let me spend some time, mothers and grandmothers, with you tonight as you worry about your children and your grandchildren and their future. Let me delve tonight into the vision we have to make sure that we modernize not only the access to education, but some of the initiatives we're going to put to help the education system. Digital and technological integration is an area of focus. We have recognized, especially from the lessons of COVID, that we need to introduce this more into our children's space and to accept that there are different ways of learning, and also to have financial literacy and entrepreneurship to encourage our children who are showing a desire to go into different areas, to encourage them. And if they come up with the right ideas, we will provide funding for them to explore those ideas, because we recognize the old days of only science, the languages, business, math, English, and these types of things. There are a lot of other necessary teachings that our children need to succeed in the world ahead. Another thing is, as I just said, a practical, industry-relevant curriculum, because we recognize that our children need opportunities outside of that old colonial system that is the educational system. We're going to expand access to tech voc in the secondary schools. We're going to place more emphasis on it, more resources on it, so that your children who may not be inclined to the traditional academics will be allowed the opportunity to be the success with their talents that they have. And that is PNM policy, and that is the vision we have to carry us forward with the resources that we have. We're going to introduce civics, integrity, and active citizenship education that the Minister of Education has already started an introduction to. But we're looking to make sure our children in the primary school get the opportunity of some of these lessons that they may not get at home because we are busy working 2 and 3 jobs, whilst our children require that little bit of extra attention that the school system can provide. Targeted funding for youth entrepreneurs, where we're going to offer grants and financial resources to students completing entrepreneurship and financial literacy programs, teaching our children in school the benefits of saving, having ideas, having dreams, and pursuing those dreams in a responsible manner. Digital and media literacy as safeguards. This PNM government recognizes with the advent of internet, social media, cyberbullying, and all of these concepts that are new, we have to intervene in our education system to protect our children, to protect your children, your grandchildren, and that is something we're going to do. We are also going to continue our focus on early childhood education for 2 policy reasons. One, to ensure that they have the opportunities of learning, but also to allow our young mothers to have the opportunity to seek employment while your children of those ages are safely in an environment that they're learning. Some of the things we recognize that today's world and the future world require is intervention, because our children now are under different types of stress to what we knew. The world has changed. We're going to have student wellness and psychosocial support. You understand what those big words mean, because now we're discovering more and more children have learning disabilities. They may have things like dyslexia where they're not seeing the words the way others see it. They may have ADHD and some of these things. You have a government now that is prepared to tackle those issues frontally and not to pretend they don't exist, especially with the more vulnerable in society. Because we recognize that children have these issues. And before, decades ago, whilst they may have been called names, unfortunately, we now know that it is learning disabilities they're facing, and we're going to ensure embedded in our schools, they have the support and the mental health initiatives in the school curriculum, enhance existing support systems to help those children so they know that they have the opportunity to be as successful as another child who may not have those disabilities, and that there is nothing wrong with them. And that is a government that cares. That is a government that thinks about our children and doesn't just throw things into chat GPT and AI and say, give me a manifesto, which up to today cannot be produced as yet. We're also going to ensure that we expand after school programs, because we recognize that there are not sufficient after school programs like sports, like homework centers for assistants, like all the types of extracurricular activities. We want to ensure our children, especially children who may be in more vulnerable areas, have a safe space after school to get those opportunities. And we are doing that for your children, our grandchildren, and for the future of Trinidad and Tobago. We are introducing safety, security, and anti-bullying initiatives. We have also recognized, and we're formalizing it now, that we have to target different academic and life skill support for boys who have different issues, who mature at different levels and rates to girls. So we are going to introduce into our school system support for our young males and to provide them with what they need to help them, not only with their schoolwork, but with other problems that they may be having. So we're introducing interventions to reduce dropout rates amongst our male students. And we are also doing targeted academic and life skill support for our young girls, recognizing that they need intervention in mentorship in academics, sports, and other essential areas with the goal of preventing and reducing, for example, teenage pregnancy, boosting their self-esteem, and creating pathways for meaningful and sustainable employment and advancement for our young women in Trinidad and Tobago. These are PNM policies and initiatives as we write with your help. You have to take that decision next Monday. You have to decide what you hear from our PNM platform, whether this is how you want the next chapter of Trinidad and Tobago to be. Meaningful interventions with our young people as opposed to encouraging them down the wrong pathways. We continue. You heard us talk about a particular program that I'm anxious for us to get the opportunity to introduce. We recognize that our children today are always on a tablet, on a phone, or always on a screen, and they find ways to learn that way better than how we may have learned years ago. We are going to be working on something called EduFlix that will be free for the children across the nation for all of the classes, where they can log on, they can see in an attractive manner to them lessons being taught in ways that they will understand better, because our young children have moved along with technology and we must meet them there and ensure they're given these opportunities. We are expanding, as you heard us say, the school book grant system, because we recognize that there is stress on parents, getting rid of VAT on our school uniforms to assist our parents to ensure that our children, our young boys and girls, have the opportunity to participate in education. We are also introducing early health mental awareness assessments in school. We recognize that unfortunately now we require an earlier intervention to provide support for our children to be tested to see whether they have learning disabilities, because too often they're falling through the cracks. If they have other ways that they need to be taught, these are initiatives that the next PNM government, when you give us the mandate, are going to introduce to ensure that we look after our children of the next generation. You will not hear this type of intervention anywhere else. So I ask you tonight here in St. James on Bonds Road, ironically, right around the corner from one of our schools in Trinidad and Tobago, literally behind this building, I ask you, women, decide what is the future we want for our children and our grandchildren. What is it that we're going to provide for them? Is it going to be a stable PNM government that literally cares about you? A government that understands the difficulties your children face, is willing to make the interventions into the education system to ensure no child is left behind? Or is it going to be shallow and hollow promises with no manifesto prepared and no plans for education system? We're going to reform the exam concessions to support neurodiverse learners. You all know, some of you would have experienced where our children who have some issues and need some more time to do their exams. Right now, some may struggle to get that additional time. We are going to ensure that they get the additional time to sit their exams. When we move on to our youth, you have seen the success of the Ministry of Youth Development and National Service. As part of our manifesto plans, we are expanding those programs to ensure that youth are not left behind. We are revitalizing, as you've heard, time and time again from a platform, a PNM platform, or youth programs, or youth camps, or MILAT, or CCC. Do not underestimate those programs. And it is only under a PNM government those programs are given appropriate resources, and we are actually looking at expanding it because we recognize the importance of providing options for our youth in Trinidad and Tobago. So tonight, we ask for your support so that we can deliver. We can deliver for our young people in Trinidad and Tobago. You have heard us talk about some of the initiatives we have for jobs and the expansion of jobs. For example, the use of technology. The next PNM government expects to make our systems more efficient through our digitization. These are topics tonight that I am putting forward to this country that are realistic and that are going to transform Trinidad and Tobago in a manner with equity for all. We are launching a national job matching database with private sector and with government jobs. So you could literally go and input your qualifications when we matched with potential job opportunities for you. You will find in our manifesto what we're doing with land and trying to make more equitable access of land so our children and our future generations have opportunities, be it in agriculture, be it for residential. These are some of the things, the launch of first-time home ownership for our young people. You will also find in our manifesto, you will find that we're putting forward plans to assist when it comes in our communities to wellness, as they call it, which is really to make sure that you're provided with the support. You're provided with the support when you need somebody to talk to. You need somebody to work things out with. You need somebody to help you with nutrition. And these types of things are presented to you. So Trinidad and Tobago, the conversation I wanted to have tonight is a conversation where we present to you the plans, some of the plans that we have for Trinidad and Tobago, some of the vision that we have for Trinidad and Tobago. Because the decision that you have to make next week, Monday, the decision we all have to make on the 28th of April is an extremely important decision. So tonight was not a night that I came here to rile us up and to get us into a space where we could not have this type of conversation. Tonight, I chose to have a conversation with Trinidad and Tobago, presenting to you a bold new vision, and then to ask everyone for the opportunity for us to deliver to Trinidad and Tobago in a manner where we intend to leave no one behind, because that is responsible PNM policy. And that is what the PNM is offering next week, Monday. By now, you have had the opportunity. You have had the opportunity to measure on both sides who it is that is prepared to fight for Trinidad and Tobago, who it is that is prepared to protect Trinidad and Tobago, who it is that is really concerned about our young children, our grandchildren, and our senior citizens, who refuses to come up on platforms and lie to you, who refuses to make promises that cannot be delivered to you. And next week, Monday, we have serious decisions to make as we go to the polls, because we have to protect Trinidad and Tobago. You have the information in front of you. You will decide, Trinidad and Tobago, who you choose to fight for Trinidad and Tobago, who you know is capable of doing what is necessary for Trinidad and Tobago. And the People's National Movement has presented 41 quality candidates, none of whom are before the court, none of whom police are looking for, none of whom have questions to answer. We are not bringing in anybody by the Senate who has been promised, who may be trafficking women, who may be engaged in all sorts of nefarious activity. Trinidad and Tobago, the choice is yours. You have the opportunity for a bold new chapter with candidates that you see on PNM platform night after night. Quality women always being produced by the People's National Movement as we move forward to protect our women, protect our children, make sure our young people have opportunities in life, make sure that our senior citizens get their pensions. So join us, give us the mandate on Monday to fight for Trinidad and Tobago, to protect Trinidad and Tobago, to deliver for Trinidad and Tobago. 41 constituencies from Tobago East, Tobago West, Toko Sandy Grande to Diego Martin West, down to Cedros and Point Fortin, across the Maruga Tableland and Mayaro, back up to Toko Sandy Grande and everything in between. And join us next week Monday if you have voted for the People's National Movement, and join me at Balizé House after you give us the mandate to
To vote is simple.
Well, when I tell you all, it's an after party after the meeting. It's an party after the meeting. Let me just show you who is Abigail Springer. Abigail,
Yes.
look, Abigail
Oh
Springer
my
here.
God. Shady life, shady life, shady life. Are we going to take it?
This is man.
This is the man who says shit. You're doing it back over.
Very good. I like
Right.
him.
This is the man who says shady life, shady life. You don't know. So September.
What's September? Oh God.
April 28th, we're gonna take it. 25, 6 and more. You don't know. Shady life. No other party could do it better than the People's National Movement, all in one. And it's that.
All right. So you'll see it tomorrow up in Sandy Grande.
Yeah.
So there's another infection outside. So as I tell you, this is the party after the meeting. And this is where the and if it, so as I tell you, and we have renegades going down the road, so let's go down the road with them. So it's a fee. Hey. Well, look, you have the corporation workers coming out. What are you hiding for? You're doing human service, you know. All right. So, so we're going down the road. Let me just catch up the renegade going down the road all the way to Port of Spain. Corporation is out. And I tell you here, the thing starts officially tonight. From tonight, then tomorrow we go in Sandy Grande in the morning early for the opening of the highway. And then tomorrow night, we staying in Sandy Grande tomorrow. And tomorrow night, the big rally. And then Friday, well, you know, it's all over the place we go be. Saturday, we then go in. Saturday, we go in. So we're going on the road. Renegade Spaniard, we're going on the road. Renegade Panside. Hey, Mr. Woman. Are you okay? All systems in place for Monday? Oh, yeah, all systems in place. Just have to bring out the water. Well, my mom, she wanted somebody to do a picture. All right. Because she can't really move about too much. All right. No problem. So we're going on the road. Distributed straight till Monday. Going straight back to Port of Spain with fun from Renegade. So let me see if Sandy can see Dave tomorrow. Straight right to Port of Spain. Going to border space. But they better make music up. Very good. Another country let's go. All right, so there you have it. And you know, you know, so I give people a chance. Give people a chance to have been going straight down to Shallow Street. But it was all good. It was all good. It was all good. And yeah, we have a lot of talking points to talk on in terms of the manifesto. And on tomorrow morning, all roads lead to Sandy Grande. So I will be in Sandy Grande tomorrow and to bring you live action of the road. Just let me see what's here. All right, so the opening is at 2 p.m. tomorrow afternoon. So I will be in Sandy Grande tomorrow. And also, so it's 2 p.m. the road is opening. And then we'll go on the road and walk with the candidate. And after that, we head straight to the rally. So all systems will be up and running tomorrow. Yeah? So we taking a little walk, a little stroll down the road. Yeah, take a little walk and stroll. So as we talk a little bit, boy, there's some calls that I make and I forget to make the calls. Oh shit. Hey. But that's how it is when you're on the campaign trail. The countdown is on for this. And 4 more days to go. 4 more days to go. Now, people, you are hearing the policies. And I'm glad that because really and truly, just today I was telling some partners of mine that I want to hear more about the manifesto before Saturday. So that, you know, we start having the conversation with the people. And it so happened that I came tonight and we actually had, the Prime Minister had a conversation with the people and he spoke to the mothers, especially the women in the Women's League, about what their plans and implementations coming in the new fiscal year between 2025, not fiscal year, but between 2025 to 2030. And a lot of that speaks to the mothers especially, because mothers have an important role to play in terms of their children's development as, you know, and nurturing and caregivers. And he had to talk that conversation with them because not every night you'll get the violin up, as you said, but you will have that conversation whereby you can talk to the members of the party and make them informed about what the People's National Movement is here to deliver to you. No, and we are grateful for that because at least the People's National Movement has a manifesto. The UNC is yet to bring out their manifesto to present it to the population, and for reasons unknown. Now, many of the persons are leaving, but one of the things that I like, and I want to see if Sandy Grandy get beat tonight. I want to see if Sandy Grandy get beat tonight because from Saturday is when we're going to have the massive rally. And you know, well, I'm not going to be in the massive rally. I'm going to be up at the rally center, whereby I can bring it to you live. And we'll have to have all backup batteries, backup this. I tell you, it's going to be a whole day of excitement. We're going to see entertainment. We're going to see a number of things before the meeting even starts. And that is how we at Bounce Up Central Media Network is going to be bringing you live action of what is happening in the rally on Saturday. Now, this is my stamping grounds, eh? We now passing the Nelson Mandela Park. They my stamping grounds. Queen's Park, Savannah, Sinclair. This is my stamping grounds. And I am proud of my stamping grounds. Downtown Port of Spain, Belmont area, St. Barb's, you name it, Mackay. You know, climb hills in Mackay? You know, just climbing up Mackay lands alone is torture. For those who know Belmont area. So, there's a number of things that are happening. I'm going to pass a little short because I'm passing through Sinclair. Yeah, we're going to pass through Sinclair side. Get to the roundabout, go down Marva Road. Because I had to get a little cha-ching for tomorrow. So, well, Mr. Gibson has already told me that he is going to ensure that we have drinks. So, I know Mr. Gibson is on. Yeah. Let me just get up all my messages and bring it up to the pie here. Woo. Yeah, nah. Right. Right, Miss, I'll take the last message. Wait. Let me tell you, the music was pong, you know, the music was nice. Somebody bought me one of my drinks that I drink. What is called that drink again, boy, first to tell you? Hard wine. No, not hard wine, not hard wine. Oh God, oh shit. It was just refreshing. But nevertheless. So tomorrow we go up there for the opening of the road, and after the road is open, we leave from there and we go and we take a little time, relax, refresh, and then we come back for the meeting tomorrow night in Sandy Grandy. Yeah? We come for the meeting in Sandy Grandy. And as I've already told my employers, Don't ask me to work for election. I'm not working for election and I'm not working on Saturday. I'm taking those 2 days. Let me not say it too hard now. Hey, you know how employers is be. But I am not working for no rally and I'm not working for wait now. Better go down the road the pan side pass through the shortcut, yes? Yeah. And I'm not working for election day. Oh, you can laugh how much you want to know. But oh boy. Hey, the election is heating up. And but let me get down to serious business here in the after party. Let me deal with the after party of the meeting. Oh, yeah, in the pan side going on there? You said better walk with the pan side, but they pass through the next side and go on through Federation Park. But I going down Sinclair. I reach by the Oval now. Yeah? My employees tell me what? My employees will tell me nothing. They say, no, let me tell you, I tell you. Yeah, walk into town. I don't go by the ATM and then they Sinclair. It looking dark here, but it ain't all that dark. It ain't all that dark. Yeah, I keep walking, man, you know. If you notice, he ain't pan on the next side, I don't know if you all hearing it. Actually, I go over on that side, you know. They're going up around the Savannah to go down Charlotte Street. But I pass on this side here. Nevertheless, by the oval side here, look the oval right here. I tell you, this is my camping ground, you know. This is my hometown, you know. Carnival when Sunday night, I had my son and I was moving and we was walking and passing by all the feds and them. Yeah, and we bounced up, we reached all along the avenue and he well enjoyed himself. And then Juve morning, I was out on the road early in the morning. I was like going on like they stopped the plane pan up the road on that side, eh? So we almost by QRC and Sinclair Hospital. I tell you, yeah. Well, let me tell you, let me just change the camera a little bit so you can see. Although I know people already like to see me, but you know, yeah. So we walk in. It ain't all that dead. That's what people think. Because you had the same cars passing in. But the meeting was good. The meeting took up a good portion of the road. People come with the whole contingents, like Port of Spain South. they came in, and Mr. Keith Scotland made his presence felt in here. Eric, yes, Eric had to work. Eric had to go and do a different assignment tonight. So, yeah, that's how it is sometimes, you know. And it was all good. It was all good. But one of the, and we have all the talking points, and we're going to get a copy of the manifesto. We're going to get, yeah, we're going to get a copy of the manifesto, and we're going to talk on the manifesto. Oh, we're going to talk on the manifesto on this Sunday. And also we'll be making some phone calls, calling some candidates, and having some conversation with them on the final rally. And yeah, we're going to have some conversation, and our thing will start from 4 p.m. to 12 midnight. We'll be showing you some videos. We'll be showing you highlights of some of the meetings, what was spoken in the meetings. So we are ready to educate you. Yeah. So yeah, the manifesto is out. But one of the things that I really like about what the Prime Minister was saying is that he wants to go in this format because he understands, and this is one of the nice things that I really love what he said tonight. And if it's one thing I've been saying over and over and over, many of our children, as they wake up in the morning, they're going on the social media. Before they go and sleep in the night, they're on the social media. There's addiction to it. But if we transpose that addiction to learning, and we make learning fun for our children, the rate in terms of their passing their exams and all these different things will be at an all-time high, because most of them say no and relying on information they hearing on these in TikToks and all these different Facebook and Instagram and you name it, and these shorts. And many of our children are watching too much of these shorts, too much of these shorts, that this attention span is only growing at a certain rate. And up to today and all, I was talking to a teacher who spoke to me, and she was giving me alarming numbers of even the C exam. And this is something that that's why I like what the Prime Minister spoke about, digitalizing certain things, making things fun for children, because we cannot have only 36%. Only 36% of our children getting full marks in the CSEC. 36%. That is not good. That is not good. And When she told me that, she said that this is facts. This is facts. And this would be a number of contributors as what we would have heard tonight that is contributing to why many of our children are not excelling and doing certain and doing well in the school system. And that is why the government has now realized that, hey, we need to fix it. We need to fix it more than ever before. In order for our children to come up to par. Because 36% is not good. 36% is not good. But we will talk more on that. We will talk more on that. And especially on Sunday, we are supposed to have the economists coming in also on Sunday, where we will make the call to them, get them in the fold, talking about the Kamala Prasad Bisesa so-called economic plan. And you know, I was in San Fernando and I went and I talked to the drivers and them about getting the video with the woman who said that they will sell Tobago. And real people don't have it again. I said, why you throw away that boy? That was a real good thing, you know. Let me tell you how people following people and they don't even understand what is the following. You see, we have to know what we have in Trinidad and Tobago. A person Sinclair, a person RBC, that put up a massive structure here, Queen's Royal College. When last people see Queen's Royal College, or even know that Queen's Royal College is a government school. Look, Shell building. How many people know these things? We have to start telling our children our history so that they will not be fooled by these so-called influencers who giving them false information on a day-to-day basis. Because many of them, they be talking as set entrepreneurs, and all of a sudden, they get into politics. All of a sudden, they get into politics. They know more about politics than me and you, who is seasoned political activists. They came debate. Yeah. Well, yeah. USC will do that because they see to leave it up will mean the death. And they know why. Now they take down those and they're using the activists and them to carry out the agenda. And let me tell you something, eh? It is so sad to see that people who don't know trying to influence people who know, or people who don't know, and lead them down the wrong road. So when you lead these people down a wrong road, because they don't know, and don't know, telling don't know that they don't know, but they're making people believe that they know. You know what kind of society you will get? And that's why we have to let the message be heard loud and clear. We have to let our message, the PNM message, be loud and clear. Forget all the noise now. Now is not the time. to study about who saying what and who ain't saying not. Now is the time. We have to get those message out there to bring back our youths from going down a road of they don't know, telling them that they know when they don't know. But I reach on Maravan Road now. Yeah, I was right by Chotters here. With that, see, they got someone to operate Napa Hotel. Well, that's nice. That's nice, Miss Althea. That they can get somebody to operate Napa Hotel. And if people can remember what Napa Hotel was built for, eh? If people could only remember what Napa Hotel was built for. But we passing by Trotters. I tell you, and we going down Marva Road. So we have a mandate on Monday. We have a meeting on Monday, and we also have a meeting on Tuesday. The meeting on Monday is where we go to elect a new board of directors. And that board of directors is the People's National Movement. And then we have a meeting on the road Tuesday where they may give us a holiday for that day on Monday because of Monday. Pass for places now. Nah, I know pass in Tatilly. And we're going down the road close to TTT house. So I thought the woman going to give me a job there, you know. She's still down there, she watching the jersey. Well, is that? Where's that? Yeah, that Dominic jersey have one, yes. I put them on one by one. Ask your young one, Dominic one. I have about 2 other candidates on. And I'm wearing them proud and loud. So, I now passing Talk City, TTT Limited. My whole stomping grounds here, boy. I used to work here at one point in time. And every day I used to come across by, rituals over on the side here, or pies bar. To get a drink and you play way. You see how much people get? Must stay up there and stay focused. Passing the whole 91.9 office. There are people that work only night time, you know. There are some people that are working the night. It's now what, 11:10? It's early, man. I said late. You know me, I go down Docking by the old Banco. So if you ain't beep, 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 inside. I will travel in the morning. Yeah. Your provision of public. No, I will do now one. We will know one. Hey, the making the machine different now one. All right. Mm-hmm. I don't know why this thing is doing that to me. Let me get. I don't know, like my card get in trouble here. No, yes. Yeah, this. But I don't understand that. What the answer to this?
Oh, no video there. Yeah, it's going to solve by which part? I cut the one back to the camera. Oh, I don't see you around. I don't see.
But you understand that? I feel with the answer to this. So I get up in the morning and go in the bank. God have mercy.
That's it?
No, it's showing and it's not coming out. So I go and fix my card. So I get up in the morning and go and fix my card. Well, it happens. I'm able. But I'm poor as being. That's the nice thing about it. But I get up early in the morning, fly down by the bank to deal with this. But I think it's easy. And it's not to say don't have funds on it, and we have funds on it. And I don't understand. But that's how it be sometimes, yes. I feel the check must be giving trouble. Sometimes you just get fed up with these banking systems. But, is that right? Yeah. So, people, tomorrow, all roads lead to Sandy Grande in the afternoon at 2 p.m. Like about 3 o'clock, so there's no be. So we'll be up there for about, let me say, from 12:1 so. And we'll be bringing it to you live on Bounce Up Central Media Network. And we will then be heading to the rally site in Sandy Grande to bring it to you live. That's not me or again something talking. But with the okay. Oh, okay. Well, I no problem, Mr. Gibson. I'll reach you. I'll call you but I had a pass in the bank first to rectify this thing because I don't know. Sometimes there's work and sometimes it don't work. I don't know what it's caused that, but well, but if it's one thing I've seen, rat in the place. I'm seeing rat movements. So I am going to sign out from here. I reach Agreed Road and I'm going to sign out from here and hand you back over to Master Control. Yeah, the meeting tomorrow night is in Sandy Grande. Hand you back over to Master Control and we'll see you all tomorrow as we bring you the live opening of the highway and in Sandy Grande and the rally in Sandy Grande. So people, have a blessed night. Stay safe. Yeah, don't worry, Mr. Gibson, I'll call you. So have a safe night, a blessed night, and catch you on the other side in the morning. Master Control.
PDP, deleting PEP, deleting COP, deleting PPP, deleting UNC, deleting NTA, deleting. What is that? PNM alone. PNM alone when we voting. PNM alone when we voting. All other party we deleting. PNM alone. PNM alone when we voting. PNM alone when we voting. All other party we deleting. By any means, they want to defeat PNM, but they realize that is big problem. So they conjure up with all kind of party. But in this matter, they clear the way. But they too wicked, so they have to pay. PNM alone. PNM alone when we voting. PNM alone when we voting. All other party we deleting. PNM alone. PNM alone when we voting. PNM alone when we voting. All other party we deleting. They say the young people would vote for them, but they realize this is more problem. So they run over to social media with their propaganda, but election day they going to suffer. PNM alone. PNM alone when we voting. PNM alone when we voting. All other party we deleting. PNM alone. PNM alone when we voting. PNM alone when we voting. All other party we deleting. We young and strong, we afraid of soul and tongue. Election time, and you know we never wrong. We are PNM, and you know we coming strong. So if you're smart, play the way, but I know you're bad, so make you play. PNM alone. PNM alone when we voting. PNM alone when we voting. All other party we deleting. PNM alone.